Orange here, and welcome to another episode of City Building Saturdays. We are here on episode number 348 of the series. To appreciate everybody who has come out. I hope that your guys' time zone, whatever your guys' time zone is most wunderbar. So, on the agenda for today, we, of course, are going to be doing some more stuff in our city building of Hennenberg in Skylines. And I have gotten a nice chunk of change all set up for our city, so we will be, as part of getting at least diving into the initial parts of our city, in this initial part of the stream, I should say, we will be venturing forth into getting just a little bit more money before we start doing any major city renovations, because, well, little extra money for DOS terraforming is always a good excuse me, a good thing. And getting that little bit of extra money is, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. In order to make all this terraforming stuff happen, we need the money. We need the frickin' money. And yeah, it's that's what we'll do. Now let me go ahead here and get the game. Come on. I want chatbot. Hello. Thank you. There you are. Chirper is in his little. There we go. There we go. Chirper is, of course, in his little loading loop. And so yeah, that's I have gotten a nice chunk of money. I have also gotten the necessary population to buy the 25 tiles I want. So, hooray! Yay! Yay! So, as part of our stuff to make sure that we get what I want, where I want, blah blah blah, we will go forth and do some stuff. So, what I'm thinking we'll do, the overall plan that I have in mind as of right now is we're going to build up, we're going to do some terraform, we're going to keep the city rolling as is, as it's built up. And what we'll do is do that little bit of terraforming. We're also going to put up some toll booths and just get started on trying to get some of this area, all nice and neat the way I want it. And then we'll start prepping the city for... This is essentially going to be prepping the city for vamping over to the new stuff. There we go. Okay. So, as said, I now have all 25 tiles, so, a 5x5 plot. So, nice big square right here, dudes and dudettes and do thems. So population is currently, as you see, 96.5k, almost 95.6k. So what we're going to do is, because of course, I want to keep as much of this like it is, as is. So we're going to keep the highways pretty much as they are. We will go through and flatten out the territory along the highway here, as well as from this highway here all the way out to the shore, and we'll adjust the shore to meet the, going over here to the shipping, try to bring it, a little bit closer over here. A little bit closer all over here. And this area right here will pretty much stay the same, but we'll bring the shoreline closer here. See, this is why I love. This is why, as you see, I've got 8.24 million gold. Cash, duh. And so yes, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. So one of the things we are going to do first of all. Going to bring over. This is, of course, ultimately just going to be a temporary thing right here. I'm going to do. The heck? There we go. All right. Going to do that to help out with some stuff there. As of course, we have commercial demand, so we want to get that going. Let us select our brush strength and size. Yeah, I know, not enough soil. It's part of the reason why. So let's bring the speed up here a little bit. And as you guys see, I've done some other stuff as well. Besides, I've gotten some terraforming done, but also expanding the city. Got some terraforming done and other stuff. One of the other things we got to do is further enhance some of our other stuff here. Will do. Go ahead here and level some of this stuff here out. I have seen a mod on the Steam Workshop for an 81 tile city, so presumably a 9x9 equivalent area. And that would be interesting, but I have enough fun just trying to build on a 5x5 tile area, guys. There we go. It's a little bit easier for me to track like this. I know that one of the things that having active mods does is it disables achievements, and quite honestly, I don't really give a darn about achievements. Don't get me wrong, achievements can be good. Achievements can be good. But, yes, the inevitable BUTT, when you're just trying to have fun playing the game, especially in a game like this where it's just sandbox, you're just trying to have fun. That's what I'm more interested in is having fun. Start doing a little bit of stuff over here. Flattening out some of this area here. Basically, what I want to do here is, by doing stuff like this, essentially trying to get our little river here to flow where I want it to. Go ahead here and take advantage of this little spot. We'll go in here shortly, as soon as we get just a smidge more terraforming done. And we're going to go make ourselves some more money on the stock market. As I have prefaced many, many times, I am no financial expert, but if you want to, if you're willing to risk the money, please remembered, do be careful in investing in the stock market. But there is always going to be an amount of risk. But try to be, try to do your research, as I've always said. I've always said, do your research. Filling our little hole right here. I'm just trying to see try to get a good elevation line right here. One of the nice little details that Colossal Order and Paradox put here into the game is, at least here in CS1, like I've got CS2, and with the upcoming vacation and all that, don't want to go spending money on the DLCs for that as much as I want to get the DLCs. Further enhance this. Okay. Still got more demand for business, so let's see here. That there. How's that metro station doing? We have a yes. Just wanted to double check. Let's go ahead here. Oh yeah, they definitely need some park. We need some parks over here, guys. saw the need, what looked like the need. Let's see here. Drain check. Need to flatten this area out. Anywho, we need the soil. We'll do ourselves the double favor. So I want to put in a little bit over here, a little bit of ways. Oops. There we go. All right. So as I said, we're going to go ahead here. Oh, look at that. We're up to over 101K. All right, let's see here. Greasy gas. Now, what I was able to do off cam is I was able to use greasy gasoline here. Oh, hello. I was able to use greasy gasoline as the main purveyor of getting up to this ridiculous amount of money I had. Whoa, excuse me, but it felt good. This ridiculous amount of money I have because, of course, all the traffic I got. So by using it, it is what helped me get this amount of money. So yeah. Just going to wait here. Up. Another good buying opportunity. And we can now pay off those two loans right there. So all we need to do is just wait for it to go up. As I have said, IRL, both here in game and of course IRL, you cannot anticipate the stock market. You know, you cannot predict what's going to happen day to day. And that is that old maxim. Time in the market beats timing the market. So there we go. Yes. Pay off that loan. Let's go ahead here. Let's do a little bit more. Oh, hello. Yes. Yes. But yeah, you cannot anticipate the stock market, IRL or in game. And as I've said, for me, you know, I don't do anything amounting to day trading. It's my understanding, and it seems to be backed up by a fair amount of proof that in order for any good way to be able to make money off day trading is that you have to have a decent idea of how stuff works. And even then, of course, that is no guarantee that you are going to be able to make money. But it's my understanding, of course, that you know, you're more likely to lose money day trading than you are to actually, you know, in terms of stuff, most of the time you're going to lose money. I would say probably the better part of probably 70% of the time, maybe 25% of the time, and this is just my guesstimation from an outsider's perspective. Maybe 25% of the time you'll be near or break even, and maybe 5% of the time you'll be able to hit that jackpot, as it were. All right. Let's go ahead here. Oh, More need for business. Oh, at. Another way to help make some money. A skyscraper bank here to look at that. 2.05 million money. City cash, as I like to say. All right. So, now that we have a little bit more money, let's go here back to our terraforming project. What we'll do is what we're going to be doing. A decent chunk of what we're going to be doing is going back and forth, at least for the start of the stream here, is we'll be going back and forth doing terraforming and blah 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 blah. I'm going to make sure to bring up this area up. I've already done some of the work in here already, but I'm just, helping give it that little bit of a final bit of an OCD check in this area. Like I said, terraforming is expensive. And is part of the reason why when we've done previous cities, and of course I've also explained it there too, that it's far easier for me off cam to go doing some of the terraforming, which of course, as I said, I've done some, and that sort of jazz. Let's go and fill in some of this bay here. This would probably be a good area, a little bit of an area to put in a small farming area. Well, excuse me, but it felt good. Probably be a combination, do some farming and then get come in more of this area here once we get it leveled out and more territory made up. Maybe get a forestry area. That would be a nice little reason to have this area be like it is. Don't want about me having too much soil game because we got places to put it. And see, now you're whining that I don't have enough soil. So, as I said, I thought about the 2081 tiles, essentially a 9x9, but yeah, I get too much fun out of doing what I'm doing right here with 25 tiles. Because of course I think this would be a very good area to have, like a forestry and a small farming area, right in here, with this little odd patches right over here, but of course this is the main little bit right in there. That is, of course, in terms of the farming stuff, this would be my main interest area right here. Probably use like this area as a new settlement area right in here, is what I'm thinking. We also have now demand for more industry or industry slant office stuff, so let's go ahead here. Make ourselves some more money via industry. Okay. So, what we're going to do, pause the game for the moment. Of course. Done screwed myself over, guys. Let's get some dirt. We need to do a dirt dump. Come back over here. A little bit of a dirt dump. Okay, so let's see here. I want to take a quick gander here. Because basically I want to reduce the bridge length. That's what I want to do. Reduce the overall bridge length. I still want to keep some amount of a channel, of course. Let's go ahead here. We will get rid of that, most of the bridge here. Keep a fairly decent channel for our river here because it's a fairly decently high volume in terms of water flow. So I want to make sure to, even though yes, we will have be fairly decently high in terms of elevation over the river for our land area, I want to make sure that we have some smidge room too. Yeah, once we get enough of the stuff here done, we'll be able to reactivate the game speed, and start to finally do some more work this direction. Oh, that's just stuff. I was like, what is water doing there? Oh, it's just terrain feature. It's one of those things where it kind of looked like water. And I was like, what the hey? Okay. Let's see here. Let me pull up the. Yeah. So we'll try to follow this coast a little bit like that, is what I'm thinking. I'll double check it here in a moment. I'll come over here and get this little extension of hill right here. Oh, that. There'll be a dum-dum tree. Let's see how we're doing here on the what's it? Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right. So now that we have an idea of stuff here, at least this area, which we will, of course, do now. Sorry, my limbs needed a stretch. Let's go ahead here, yank out our 4-lane highway. Of course. Wants to go at the old level, so. Screw it. For the moment, we'll just start over here from this shore right over here. Okay. Okay then. Obviously the game doesn't want to play nice, so what we can do is we will come from this side then. What? Oh, you know what that is? Why the game is on me. Because I've built it in pause mode and it doesn't fully recognize it yet. So what we'll do There we go. Now the game. Oh, hello there. What? Of course. What the hey? Stupid game. This is not what I want, game. Ah! Duh! Duh! Need to wait for the water to flow out of the blood. That's why the game is so frickin' wonky. It's like, you can't build on water, son. That's why it's so wonky. Now we can build like I want. Let's get this all flipped around. All right, so big thing we're going to have to do now, guys, is... Oh, boy. Thought I'd gotten more of this area here flattened out. Did I? No, of course not. So, oh, there we go. People are reusing the things, so let us make sure that we have max tolls on that. Of course, this is going to be a significant part of our income soon, or part of our major part of our income soon. So what we're going to do as a somewhat preventative measure, this is going to be, for a time at least, adding a little bit to our deficit. Let's make sure before I do anything else that let's dredge up a little bit more of the river channel here. What we'll do also is bring it to more or less the point I'd like the river channel to actually be, where the bridge is. We'll recompute the bridge. Like I said, I still want a decent chunk of a channel, and this is about where I'd like it, so... Still want a little bit of a channel. So as that we have the means to let the water here in the river flow through. Go ahead here and get some of that there done. And then let's go ahead here, we'll recompute the bridge. what's left of it at least. Don't want to upgrade, want to build. There we go. Let's go ahead here. We'll send new spans across the across the river here. So there. I have to shorten this up just a smidge here. Still screwy. There we go. And make sure to finish up that segment. And yep. Okay, let's support. Ah! That is not what I wanted to do. Seeing where the stuff is so that I can start to plan some stuff out here, guys. Some dredging in this general vicinity so as that make sure that we have maximum depth. More or less need to choose an area, and this will be our area. We're going to go ahead and choose this as our level. Basically, on this side of the transit route, want to make sure to have for the shipping line, have an area where we can bring in, have at this more or less the river level. Have the ability to put in shipping, water shipping. At the moment we are just following the shore to establish the level I want. Leave some of this have some space in this area, of course, for stuff. seen in places, actual dredge operations that, whatever, you know, locale is, a company or local um, Department of Transport or equivalent name is busily doing their stuff. Yeah, we do need to do some leveling over here. We need to see where some of this stuff here can go. Yeah, I've seen, local companies, whether it be, some sort of probably, dredging up stuff for, some sort of like to make up cement or concrete, get some sand or gravel from a riverbed or whatever. And, make it to where they can have their stuff. Also kind of trying to work my way up over this way toward the this other end here so we can start to worry about getting all this stuff done too, because I want, as I've said, I want to get tolls over here too. I have to, of course, lower the highway here. Stuff, plenty of stuff where we can do put some of this dirt, a dirt dump. Just trying to seal off this area before we start filling some of it in. More smooth it out in this area here. Let's see here. Check our resources. probably not going to worry too much about this sporadic little bit of farmland and what we see in this area. Probably just build over it with. I'm not sure. We have the ore here, so we do want to have this be one of our farm areas right here. And always, of course, build this area up with more trees, botanical brethren, and all that jazz. So. Excuse me. Now, after I got home from work earlier today, I spent a little time getting some money here for the game. And then I went to bed and I slept for about 10 hours. I had to go, do some stuff and get some errands run and all that. And blah blah blah. So that's part of the reason why I didn't get quite as an early start on stream as I would have liked. But yes, the inevitable BUTT. At least I got started. So. I'm thinking that with this patchy farmland here in this area, what I'm thinking we'll probably do is turn this into a decent residential sector as a part of our new res sector. So as that we can get started, fill this little bit here in, finish working on this little bit of soil right in here, leveling stuff up, bringing it up. We'll also have a leisure / tourism area here along the shore. And then we'll have most of our cargo stuff be over here, I'm thinking. We'll probably have like 1 or 2 docking cargo facilities on this side too. But I want to make, looking, here at the river mouth, want to have most of our, at this angle, most of our commercial, industrial stuff on the, what we would call the right bank. And then on the left bank would be the more civvy stuff. Just a sec, guys. I'm going to quickly go use a little trees room. This will give the game give us a little bit of time to recover some money. So I will be RB. Okay, guys, tree is back. Sorry about the need to go, but when you have to, excuse me, go, you go. All right, so let's finish worrying up here. Now that we got a little bit more money, let's finish doing a little bit of terraforming here around the highway, so as that we can start to worry about stuff here as well. Get the two. I want to do all the highway adjustment on this side at one time, if possible. At least between the two of these two nearby entry points. Makes me think, these highways makes me kind of think of the U.S. interstate system and all that. And to a somewhat lesser extent, the federal highway system, the U.S. routes. As, for example, to get to Denver, part of my stuff in Denver has been going down Interstate 70 or I-70, and in Colorado, and that's getting to go on a section of go through I-70, like I've been on I-70 in Kansas City years ago when I got to go see U2 and all that. God, that was such an adventure getting passed by U2 heading toward the venue at um, um, Arrowhead. I was blank. I was like, "What's the name of the Chiefs Stadium again?" Actually, my friend from KC says that there's been a big shakeup for both the Kansas City Royals and the Kansas City Chiefs in terms of getting new stadiums and all that. And part of me is like, "Wow." Well, of course, this has undoubtedly happened with other teams before, so I'd have to go get in touch with them, see if there's anything from like any of the local TV, TV stations, radio stations, stuff like that. Say, hey, is that I've talked about meeting you and for the U2 concert and all that, and you've told me about the stuff. Where you got some good links for me to share with people in my chat, and they'll probably have some links. Yeah, it's apparently been in the news there, so it was like what, almost 2 years ago now. I think it was. I know it was a big hoorah. The Kansas City Union Station that was a big deal about there was a shootout during the whatever the um, parade was for whatever year the Super Bowl. And oh my God, that was like, that's just ridiculous. Someone would show up at a celebration for winning. Your sports team wins a big event, and you cause drama. That is not freaking right, dude. All right. That is not freaking right. all we'll need to do is just get some more dirt to help fill that area there in. Well, of course, you want to use this area here as some of our oil industry. Get some Earl petroleum. Head here. All right, let's double check our thing here. I just want to see what the, because I do want to leave some space for stuff. So let's go ahead here. Toggle back to this. Go away. Thank you. I want to drag this out. I want to drag this out a little bit, but not too far. I'll do. Bring this back a little bit. I think it'll just be easier to do. Bring the stuff here back. We'll add some stuff up here on the top. Not too much though. I want to have a nice little bit of space here for a commercial, for a touristy area. We'll go ahead here and we'll, let's see, let me pull up the, don't have to exactly match the shoreline, but you know, it's sort of like what's Barbosa says in the first Pirates of the Caribbean film about the pirate code is like it's more of a guideline than an actual rule. And of course, later on when the second or is it third, whichever the two initial sequels were, Jack Sparrow's dad. God, which of the I forget which of the Stones played him. I know it was one of the Rolling Stones that played him. Says it's like it is the rules. It's not a guideline. It is the rules. Move some of this stuff here out so we can use it to our strategic advantage to get us what I need. Yeah, I know we need. Don't be a dum-dum there, tree. Fill that hole back in. Gosh darn. I'm now thinking of the Clamave de Profundis song cover of Diggy Diggy Hole. How they, how the dwarves, literally dig out, deplete their mountains worth of valuable ore, gold, silver. etc. And there's the one dwarf who's got Cousin Rocky, and and you know, he knows of a secret spot where they could get, you know, a bonanza's worth of stuff, and they and you know the manager dwarf. You know, he points at his wristwatch and says, "You know, we're on a time budget. We're on a time budget." Oh, let's watch the ship. That is a little too close for comfort right here. So we will, as part of dredging, let's dredge. This is just so fun at times, just doing this sort of thing. I know we could be building stuff, but hey, we gotta do stuff. I know that there are plenty of places that actually did this sort of thing. I know, for example, that in Belfast, at the Harland and Wolff facility, I know that the last couple of years, like the last 10-something years, they've been trying to get stuff turned around for them and all that, but that they've recently been through receivership, basically trying to get trying to get back into business and all that, and they've been bought out by, I think it's the Spanish company, I recall. I have to go look. Yeah, dum dum. Too much soil pilfering right there. Yeah, there's the Spanish company that's bought out Harlan and bought up from whoever the previous tenants were. I mean, not tenants, owners. And I think they're trying to my understanding, they're trying to actually get, you know, Harlan and Wolff back up and running as an actual shipyard. I know that back during the time of the Titanic, that they were, you know, a very well known and thought of shipyard. That'll do. And so that would be nice. I know that they've got as part of the shipyard itself, they've got the Titanic quarter to help memorial, because of course, you know, that was what Harlan and Wolff did is that they helped build the Titanic. And why are we trying to get all this stuff here done when we have other stuff to do? Tree, you done goofed. We've done what we've done. We've at least gotten stuff here, so take a nice chunk of soil right there. And we will finally come over here, and we need to set this area up. So what we'll do is we will get rid of the highway through here up to this interchange. We'll flatten out the terrain some, or make sure the terrain is flattened. Okay. And highways. We will again do that. Let's make a little bit of a deposit here so that we have some open amount of stuff. Again, we will take this section up here to the interchange. In this case, we'll go all the way up there to the the actual ramps. As you guys can see, there's a little bit of stuff here. It needs to be flattened out. We'll go back here again to our toll booths. Okay. There we go. All right. So let's do the smart thing here again, like we did on the other side. Do in our mains. A little bit past the edge there. We will bring the mains there we go. Now, since we haven't terraformed stuff there too much, let's see here. We'll do. Bring that up to there, and we'll do a little bit wider over here. here and fill a nice chunk of this area in. Bring this a little bit up here along the edge. So as that we have some nice stuff. Yeah, I know I need to get rid of some dirt. This up a little bit here, guys. All right, so now let's go ahead here. There's that. So now these three guys here, we can now, let's see, let's make sure that this is yep, that's dredged out what I want, like the way I want. So what we will do, this ultimately be come to be at least for the water itself, the water connection, ultimately come to be a temporary thing. I'll go ahead here. Let's dredge this a little bit out here. We'll further fortify up the stuff. Will essentially become the cliff faces. We'll also take the opportunity here to need to send that just a little bit farther along. There we go. A little bit more room there. Do our usual little sort of hedge maze sort of thing. can, of course, always come in and adjust some of this stuff later on. Look at all that. All that sewage is just going wee, 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 wee. Look at all that. Dum dum. And the exact opposite of what I want to do. Yeah, just getting all that flow to go through. Yay! All right. So, what we need to do now is, of course, let's see here. I'm going to raise all this up a little bit. Get that extra little bit of safety. Let's quickly get some more dirt here. That'll do. In this case, I would rather have that little bit extra safety. With the way that I'm seeing some of the water flow here from the river. Spread grass, spread. And we'll recompute that here in a moment. Got those mains right there. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. Wunderbar. Kind of cool that we still have at least some gold money worth hooting about. I do apologize. Memory cell. Memory cells in my canopy just activated. Do apologize, of course, for not doing Titan Quest earlier this week. It was one of those things of. We'll have to, of course, come over here and do a little bit on this side here, too, because. Well, future proofing is future proofing. All right. So we'll have a decent chunk of this area. We'll have some industry stuff up in here, methinks. We'll have most of our civilian stuff over here. Of course, we're going to have to deal with all this stuff over here, too, so. But that is, with the ore at least, but that is future tree problem. Current tree problem is getting this area prepped up. And, oh, that's right, we also need to get those guys power. I just remembered. Dum-dum. I'm going to go ahead here and start essentially constructing a giant levee to help protect this part of town here. Backing up the soil stuff in here near on this side of the highway so that we can start to get ready to boot it out of the current state and into on easier terrain. I'm thinking that we might make this like one oil specialty, and then this will be a second oil specialty. And boom. Town is, theoretically at least, protected. Simops here, simultaneous operation. Now, I did have an idea here as part of all our stuff, is that we'll fill this area up here a little bit. Then we'll dredge some of it out. We'll dredge some of let me... Jeez Louise, I hate when I need to stretch my trunk like that. Dredge up along in here. Keep then block this off, and then let's carefully, fill stuff in, and basically, cut this off. Dredge stuff out here, cut it off, cut this area off, fill it, put in water, put in stuff here. Then fill in this area, sector it off, pump it dry, and then we will fill in with soil. But that's going to be a future thing. So, since speaking of soil, power, they needs the power. What we'll do is, for the time being, you know what, we could get rid of it. But yeah, that's something we need to do, actually. Oh wait, well, that's right. We're also going to do that. Let's first treat. We're going to do the section of highway from here to this interchange. And we're going to get part of what we'll do is we're going to get rid of this guy, and then we'll put a thing down here. A thing. So let's go ahead here. We'll quickly pause the game. Oh, you know what? Let's save the game. Save game. We have done all this bloody work, and I haven't done a darn thing to save it all. Doing this is an anti-dum-dum maneuver. Yes. Excuse me, but it felt good. Screw it, let's do the whole frickin' thing all at once. Also take care of that road there too. Sorry, traffic. Come on. There we go. Things are starting to look somewhat better. We're taking a break here soon, guys. Just a heads up. Dokie. We finally have all that bloody highway out of the way, so oh, I didn't get rid of all this. There we go. Okay. So now what I need to do is let's go ahead and do a little bit of a dirt deposit so that I can future proof. I don't want to do too much right over here because of course the leisure slant tourism district. So now we can finally get back to the highway stuff. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to get rid of that park. Sorry, guys. I know I need you, but at the same time, the needs to improve the city are quite strong. And there we go. That section of the highway is fixed. So let's come over here and we will now fix this area. Before we do that, let's and do that, and we will, of course, turn it around. Looks like I'm missing something. Oh, there we go. All right, let us go ahead here. What we need to do now is try not to waste more money than we have to, at least right now. Come on. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. All right, guys. Gotta move it. For this sake of the city. There we go. Sake of the city, we need stuff. There we go. And there we go there. You are... Let's do that there to help ease some of the traffic stuff there, so... Then we need to come over here. And what I'm going to do... That segment... let's do the whole bloody thing right there. Oh my god. I wasn't aware of how I was plotting that. I was thinking to myself, oh god, I gotta worry about the mains now, so. And then, of course, I saw where I put the water and sewage. It was like, oh my god, that couldn't have been more perfect. All right, so we now have a lot more efficiency in terms of our highways. Okay. So, of course, what this all means now is that we have, theoretically, the capability to have, for our city, the ability to start to redo it. So, like I said, for this area over here, we're going to make this a nice, big residential area. And we're going to start having, some of our business over here, our industry. I think we'll make this our forestry area, and this a combination of general purpose industry and farming. We'll have some oil and more general purpose industry over here too. And so yeah, that's going to be a thing. So, tell you guys what. Taking a look see here at stream time. What we're going to do is first, let's say, anti-dum-dum. We'll do an anti-dum-dum save, so as that we can have. We're going to let the game play for a little while, in part so as that we can have some buildup of more funds, because we're slowly going to back off this area. This OG town area here is we're slowly going to get rid of it. That way we can come in, not only level stuff in here, but also begin to put in, stuff, pull out stuff in here, so that eventually we're going to have more ultimately a decent chunk of this area is going to become, like what we got right here, residential. And of course, I want a decent chunk of that residential to be high density. Probably have it all be high density. So, one of these things is stuff's got to happen. So one of the things we'll do to help our city make up some money, while we're going to go to break, but while stuff is happening, we are, going to go to break, but I want the city, of course, make some more money, and by leaving the game running to make that money while we are in town. Oh, that's another thing we're going to have to check, is stuff we're going to have to do. Meteor strike. We're going to have self-sufficient building. Let's see. Self-sufficient specialization. We're going to have to remember to do that. Tsunami. 5,000 farming specialization. Sightseeing bus depot. That's easy peasy. I have to bump that up. Bump office park up. Airport. It's easy peasy. Helicopter bus depot. Easy peasy. 5,000. Ooh, 5,000. 5 kilometers of walking tours. Commercial. That'll be easy. Organic and local produce specialization. The level 5 park. Just take a look, see this stuff. Service buildings. Public library. That's another thing to do. Airport, elementary school. That'll be fairly easy. Different service buildings, harbor. When yeah, it's kind of like doing some of this stuff is just like arcane formula and Titan Quest or building stuff. In Minecraft, you have to go through this chain of stuff in order to make stuff happen. But yeah, guys, let's go ahead here, guys. We'll take a break. So everybody, stand up, stretch, get something to eat, get something to drink, use the restroom, and I'll see y'all here in a few minutes. Okay, guys, tree is back. So, I've done a few slight modifications off cam, done just a little bit of industry stuff. We just missed a good thing. Just missed a good thing, guys. Oh, pause. Buy them shares, tree. Buy them shares. Make all the money you possibly can because that is a good thing. Excuse me. Oh, and we just lost a little bit of money. Well, make some money. All right, so yeah, I just went in ahead and filled a few things in to help make us a little bit more money. So let's go ahead here. Perform a nice big anti-dum-dum point. And what we're gonna do is gonna develop our first interchange here. So what we're gonna do, let's first go get some dirt. So we can have soil, dirt, so we can perform a thing. Do a thing, and do a nice big little thing. I'm going to start working over here on some stuff, and well, yeah, let's actually do that. Don't do that, tree. Don't be a dum-dum. Less dum-dummage, the better. Less dum-dumming, the better. We're going to wand this part just a little bit. Oh, we did not do that either, so... yes. Further anti-dum-dum. I just took a look-see here at the terrain, and I was like, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. We didn't do this. What we'll do is we will further extend this back a little bit in places. A few places we can level out here. Let's just patch some of the stuff here in while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we'll finally start to build up our residential area. We'll do nice little tongue right here. It looks like one of the Maury statues over there on Easter Island. Unintended consequence. Forgot to look up that stuff for you guys, too. Oh well. Oh, and we also need to fix the mains over here, too. Over here on the other side of the river mouth. Well, that'll be the first thing we did. The little dum dum is still a good anti dum dum point. Ah, dum dum. know what? We can also do in conjunction. You know what? We're gonna have to take a bite out of the residential area, and we need to build an airport. Well, this will be a good spot in between the seaport and the with the seaport and the tourism area. This will be a good area to actually. We could probably build, like, if we build the airport like right in this general vicinity here, that'll still leave us a nice chunk of residential stuff to do. That way we can have some additional tourism and leisure stuff too, and we can have it sort of flow in an awkwardly shaped L. There we go. All right. Oh, mains. See, look at that. See how awkwardly the shape that is? Let's quickly pause the game. There we go. All right, let's go ahead here. We will perform another anti-dum-dum save point. We went and fixed some problems that knew needed to be addressed, so what we will do first is establish a highway. This will be to join in with this. There we go. So this is why I've been leaving the rest of the city running. So as that we can have I'm thinking it was like there's something wrong here. What am I thinking? Oh, duh. Duh. Let's pull up the anti-dum-dum moment. Anti-dum-dum, say the anti-dum-dum came into effect. I realize that I need to have both directions coming off the thing. So, what we will do See, this way we can get the get what I want. Here we'll put up another two-way toll booth. There we go. Look at that. He just took a... Oh, that... duh. Why did the dum-dum do that? We'll just... Anti-dum-dum. We'll go to the extra expense of of two monodirectional toll booths. And that way we can try to keep traffic. Ooh, we can fix this a little bit. We do that. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead here. One-way toll booth. $180. Quickly flip that guy's direction. Okay, there we go. So now, oops, oopsie poopsies. So now we will go ahead here and flip flip this joker around. Build that there. That there. And these there and there. Boom. We have our first interchange. Let's go ahead and make sure they get wired up so that whenever it is I finally get around to wiring one of them up, we can have both of them be wired up. All right, with that there. Oops. Can now do this. See, like I said, this is why I'm leaving the city running while trying to do this, because what I basically want is that I want that money coming in. Yes, I am having to do stuff a lot harder to make stuff happen. So what we'll do is, all right, I'm just trying to decide how I want to do this. I'm thinking what we'll do as a whole part of this dealio with this wanting to get in there. Let's go ahead here. Let's pull up our districts menu. There's that. Let's see, that's... There we go. Don't know why it says Hawthorne. This is Hennenberg. So, before we go doing anything else related to building up our resident, let's try to build up as best we can our Oh, that's interesting. It goes ahead and clears out all the. I haven't played the game in so long. I'd forgot it did. The game did that. All right. So, what we are going to do? Let's pull up our. Let's see, where is it? Transport. Airport terminal. What do we want for classic 2-story, modern, ultra modern? It's all the related content. Let's do a classic airport. That will be our thing. So let's go ahead here. We have the area zoned off, so what we're going to do to help with this stuff, don't build, don't zone. Trying to remember to give myself plenty of space here. We'll have to flip this segment that we just built around here in a moment, but we will let what is soon to be present tree do that. Let's go ahead here. Finally, we can, wanted to make sure to get the other segment here built. May have to go over, let's see, we're still making some money, so. Okay, that is officially turned around. Wunderbar. All right, so what I want to do, before I do anything, we're going to do an anti-dum-dum thing. Let us come over here to where we can get What is that? How close is that again? Closer to the outside edge. Okay. I don't want that. Come on. Thank you. Okay, we will have to see. It's actually Come on. Basically, what I'm trying to do is figure out where I can put a road here to help along this edge of the map to help make sure that I get the best amount of space I can for our overall construction. Go away, chirper message. Don't want you right now. A little bit of a variance right there, but yes, the inevitable BUTT. We will. I hate when I do that. Go away. Thank you. Let's actually pause the game. Ah, jeez, frickin' Louise. I don't want it to go down from 3 to 2. I want it to stay 3 across the whole bloody frickin' thing. Again, this is just like doing stuff in Minecraft for me. You know, it's good. You think you get it the right way the first time, and then boom, it's not. Oh, you know what? That would actually be a good thing, is to have a connection over here and connection over here. Tree is indeed foresighted. The foresight. Yes. Use it. That's got me thinking of Zeus Poseidon in the whatever the I think it's the beginning of Atlantis campaign, the Rise of Atlantis, whatever it's called. You know, when Atlas tricks Heracles to hold up the world, and it's like, and Heracles bemoans, "Why didn't I have a little less brawn and a little more brain?" that has always freaking amused me. It is indeed, in its own way, amusing. If I can do it like this, that is a good idea. Good idea. Let's see here. Hard to read in these parts, but yes, the inevitable BUTT. Let's see. That's two. Once again, I get it to where I think it's gonna be good, and this is, of course, why I paused the game, so that I can come fix things. We can try to use this road, of course, to help us out. So, okay, just a smidge past. Okay. So with this being, come on. Okay, so that's 3. 3, 2, 3, 3. Tree done it! Huzzah! Now what we can do, as a means of future proofing, dive. Yes, there we go. All right. So now we have. Oh my God. Me saying to myself, dive. That got me thinking. I've seen the 1980 Flash Gordon movie with that had Queen do music. I forget who played. I'm forgetting the guy who played Flash Gordon, but I know Max von Sydow played Ming the Merciless. And let's quickly get that out of the way. We will reconnect thusly. I know that Max von Sydow played Ming the Merciless. And and the final confrontation between Flash Gordon and friends between Flash Gordon and friends and Ming the Merciless, of course, to get Dale back. What Voltron, leader of the Hawkmen, says, first wave, dive. And then, of course, they're fighting the Hawkmen, and Flash are fighting the War Rocket Ajax, and then he goes. The second line is the part where it's like, second wave, dive. That's the part I'm remembering is the second wave, dive. But I just found the 1980 film to be, in its own way, it's just so freaking cheesy. I know that there's been a number of other Flash Gordon related movies. There's the classic 1930s serials with Buster Crabbe and all that. And of course, there's the 1930s comics that the whole movies and God, was it? I think it was like 2007, the sci-fi series. Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah, Flash Gordon 1980 film. But I know that there's been another number of movies and TV shows and all that. But yeah, it's it was Sam J. Jones, Melody Anderson, Amelia Muti, Max von Sydow, Topol, Timothy Dalton, Mangeliata, I know I butchered that, Melito, Brian Blessed, Peter Wingard. With music directed by Mike Hodges, with music by Queen and Howard Blake. Don't get me wrong, Queen has got some real nice stuff out there, but when I finally, I'd heard of it, and when I finally got to see the movie, I was like, oh my God, as I was watching, I was like, oh my God, this film is just so freaking cheesy in its own way. All right, so now that we have finally done our stuff, ooh, that's an idea. We'll do. All right, let's see here. It's actually. Yeah, we'll do it like this so that we can have some nice stuff there. What we'll do here, let's get rid of. I just put the highway down. That way I can see how stuff went. Okay, let's go ahead here. What we'll do. This will be in part to. There we go. There we go. There we go. Trying to ease some of the. Gonna try to ease some of the traffic here. There we go. So let's go ahead here. We'll put in that there. This there. Gosh darn, I've got that stuck in my canopy as second wave! Dive! It's one of these things, it's a simple little line, but in its own way it's cheesy, but it's one of these things that can easily get stuck in your canopy, or my case canopy, so. All right, so what we're going to do, or a thing we are going to do, this is going to be our marker road for here. You know, that actually brings back a memory. There was, I've talked about Jaunty Picking, better known as Weeble. He did a video. Of course, he lives in the UK. So he is part of the reason I know some amount of Brit slang. And all that sort of jazz. So actually, do I want to leave that? No, let's adjust this. Give myself some more operating room. He did. Anywho, Wait, I don't want chirper messages right now. There's a thing he did about. There's the famous years. It's like 20-something years old now. The famous badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. He did a spoof of his own song about saving the badgers. So let's see. Let's see. You know, this is of course relevant. So there's the original. It's a re-upload, however long he posted it ago, and then here's the "Save the Badger" song right there. And of course, it's a spoof of the 1980 Flash Gordon movie. And so when I had I'd seen it like 2 or 3 years before I finally got to see the 1980 Flash Gordon film. And so it was one of those things. I was like, wait, I've seen this style before. And then it took the usual little bit of thing. I was like, oh, Weeble did a parody of this with Badgers, with Save the Badgers. So, so yeah, it's one of these things that's like, Canopy brain cells finally decided to activate. So, now that we have this, let's see here. Let's go back to our districting tool. We're going to worry about passing the road here, so we'll gently trim this back a little bit. Don't be too dum-dum there, tree. Excuse me, but it felt good. All right, so let's go here to our transport tab. We want the modern style airport. All right. So what I want to do, I want it monodirectional. Basically, what I want to have here is a nice long area where we can, now that makes me wonder, can I have 2 terminals? 2 what's-its? Let's see here. I can! Yes, yes. Tree is being smart! Yes. Let us be smart, we shall. So let's go ahead here. We will set up stuff here. Switch over to monodirectional road. I think we can be able to adjust this in the future. Yeah, large terminal. There we go. So, let us build up a concourse connecting these two terminals. Of course, they're going to need their stuff, so let us go ahead here. We'll do. Excuse me. That felt good. And we will reconnect here. So as that we can make sure that we get all the stuff right in here done in. And we of course, as need be, we will adjust this. As need be, we will adjust this. So let's see here. Let's go back to our transport stuff. So what I'm planning to do here, I'm going to have put a couple small aircraft stands right there. And then, oh, let's see here. Let's go ahead here. And since we have that capability, I want to make sure I put up a road here. Need bidirectional. And don't want to upgrade, want to build. just put that there for reference. Dum-dum. Not quite like that. There we go. Okay, let's see here. Let's make sure we got zoning there. Yep, 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 yep. Area, campus. Make this a. Let's make this a leisure area. Kind of leave some. We'll still mark this space here on the other side of the road. And then let's see. One of the things I want to do. Multi-level metro train. It's like, where's the international bus one? Harbor bus. Selecting the wrong one. Bus metro, bus intercity metro. There we go. Let's go ahead here. I'm going to paint in some leisure right there. Let's go back here to the airport. Put a more local one right there too eventually. Just sort of trying to think things out here. Oh my god, that is a nice looking thing. I'm just taking a look-see at some of this stuff, guys, because I want to refamiliarize myself. Interesting. Let's go back to the port area. we go. They have power. Let's go ahead here. And like I said, in the future we will have to fix this, but that is a-okay. Forgot to hit enter. There we go. It's now renamed properly. Okay. So. Transport. Actually, we need to, yeah. We need to build a runway here, so we need to build this one a runway too. All right, there we go. We finally have some amount of stuff here to work. Good. I just want making sure that those guys have power. All right, so well, that's starting to take effect. Let's go ahead here. We will change this layout of cabling here, electric cabling. We will now set up water, so let's go ahead here and run some water. And then we will get power here. I just saw a plane. Let's go ahead and get some garbage stuff going here, guys. There we go. Putting a nice big park actually right there to see. Yes! Yes. It's using your canopy there, tree. It is using your canopy. What? Let's go ahead here. Since our thing just leveled up. Let's go ahead here and let's pull up the painting tool. We'll have this leisure district overlap with the airport. Partly to, make stuff work. Some of our monument stuff here. Up. Train. Not train. Metro. was hoping I'd be able to squeeze this in a little bit more easily, but nope. Let's go ahead and since it's designated as commercial, just do that. Spaceball. Just wanted to see what it was. Okay, let's get the attractiveness of our airport here up. So let's go here. A couple lounges on each end will help. As well as a medium aircraft stand will help improve each end's capacity. All right. Well, we've got a fair amount of look at that. Be a good connect. Let's wait until we get this guy upgraded to level 3 before we start trying to. Fuel station. It's got it up to 800. This makes me think of my fellow coworker who likes planes. Boss at work, of course, likes automobiles. So between the three of us, we have planes, trains, and automobiles. Me, of course, doing the train spot. Okay, we have the it's nice to see this thing working. That's so nice. Oh, look at that. We got some more passengers in. Just a second here. Just a second. And to stretch there for a little bit. Up. 4,500 passengers. All we need is now we need essentially 250 more, and we'll be level 3. And then we can really get this thing going, which is something I would love to see. Ah, there we go. There we go. Level 3 airport. All right. So, what we're going to do now. Quickly, we're just going to demolish one end for the time being. Then we'll bring it back into order with fancy upgrades. Yes. See, this is what I was thinking, is that if I do 2 ends, I can literally make far better sense of stuff. So, this is why I wanted the large terminal. Okay. How did I not get those guys water? I'm a dum-dum. Okay, so. Let's see if I can do this correctly. Rats! Rats! There we go. Yes. Maybe if we do it like that. Yes. Let's try this. Well, let us attempt this, I should say. Aha! Yes. Intelligence at work, guys. Intelligence at work. Yes. And all I need to do is pull up the right menu. Duh. All right, let's see here. So, oh, that's a good idea while I'm thinking about it. Metro. Connect that guy up there to this guy there. All right. Let's go back to our airport stoof. All right, so we want to have departures going this way. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's back down to one thing. All right. Yeah. So actually, yes, want to demolish. Actually, we'll get rid of this. We'll move this guy right here. Let's see. Put him over here. That way it's easier to manage stuff. We'll also move this guy over here too. Oops. There we go. Yes. All right. Yeah. There we go. Oh wait. Oh gosh darn it. I really screwed myself over with this thing. All right. Let's let's give myself. Yes, I want to. This is why you need to. Actually. Hmm. Yes, that's actually a smarter idea. Let's. Yeah. Yes. Yes. See. Intelligence can and does work. All right. And look at that. It's been reactivated to the what's it. At that. Look at that. Oh, how did it? Okay. I just realized that these guys don't have no frickin' power or water. Ah! Dum dum. Get it? Thank you. There we go. Ta-da! They have water and they also have power! Thinking that we might redo the highway here too. As we move things along, what we'll do, what I think we should do, is not only move the highway over, but move the railroad over too. We can flatten out some of this area and do stuff. Just a sec, guys. I gotta quickly, again, go use the little trees room. Be right I just realized I've been talking to myself. So, what I've been trying to say is that over the coming week, I will do work to make some more money. Going to primarily focus on getting terraforming done. We're going to go for a little bit while longer, just for the funds of stuff, and go from there. And we'll see what we can see, and mostly focus, like I said, on the coming week. Try to get mostly money, but also do a decent chunk of terraforming here, trying to get stuff, prepped for more city expansion, get more people into town, flattening out stuff, all that sort of jazz. And go from there. Yeah, mostly try to get money, but as I said, still have a fairly decent amount of area that we're going to have to, of course, fill in with stuff, with soil. And all that sort of jazz, so that will be a good thing. And as far as trying to get stuff done, just trying to get this stuff here all prepped and ready so that as we try to get more of our soil stuff done, let's see how much water we got. Oh, we got enough. We got enough for now. Yeah, we'll go for a little bit longer. We won't take a last break, or what would be a second break, I should say. We will just go forth and do stuff and get more of our city built. Of course, we do have a decent chunk of area we can still level out. Just trying to get some of this stuff here all decently flattened out. All right, let's go ahead here. We're going to do some dredging. So as that we can help make sure that our not canal, our river here can flow. Ah, dum-dum. Want to do the opposite right here. Increase the thickness. Probably actually narrow some of this down, and then we'll have it here toward the river. We can have a little bit more widening and all that before we have the stuff happen. So let's we got some stuff we got to do over here. Let's Max Brush says this. Ah, that was a dum-dum. Fix that. Ultimately have this rail line go far underground to be able to make the most possible use out of the terrain here, because of course this is one of our ore areas. Even with all this dredging stuff, you know, we still got some stuff to do. Oh, excuse me, but it felt good. Let's trim off some of this area over here, just so that future tree will thank present tree. That way, future tree will have a little bit less to do. moment, we'll just fill this little bit here in so as that we can have a little bit more focus on that in terms of material. You know, I'm thinking if we could find a map, you know, try a different map. This will have to be a way future thing, because obviously we're not quite done with this city. Nowhere near done with what I think we should be done with this city. But I just had the thought, if we can find a map that is maybe, you know, like say more like 50% usable land, you know, 50 to 60%. Oh boy. Houston, we have a little bit of problem. Need to focus in. How's our water? Oh, geez, Louise. Panic! Panic. Ah. Obviously been so focused on this project that didn't see our water situation becoming a problem. So we have that there. We can do help save our city. SOC, not SOS. Come on, we'll do that. Hey, Donas, you goof. What are you oing about there, son? What you oing about there, son? Excuse you. Because of my job, I am normally up at this time. So, on you, Donas, you goof. Of course, at the same time, you is best goof. Let's go ahead here. Make sure we dredge this part out so we can have maximum water suction. Excuse you. Tree is 5 days a week, normally up at this time doing work. So, on you, Danasan. At last, we're getting our water back. All right, let's finish up our little terraforming. Ah! That was a done goof. That was a dum dum. Don't want water going where I don't want it. Please go where I want you to water. Fortunately, we have several parts of very mountainous terrain I can pull down to aid myself. Yes, 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 yes. Excuse me, but it felt good. This is why I freaking love terraforming in this game. So bloody easy when you have, of course you have the money. Money, 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 lots of money. I wish I could have almost $900,000 IRL. I wouldn't have to worry about frickin' working a traditional job. As I've said, I do investing. Please bear in mind I am no financial expert. Please do your research. With my upcoming trip, of course, to Colorado again, I'm not going to be. I have not been touching the investing so much. I've been still throwing a little bit of money toward my slush fund, but most of my money is, of course, being sent to my savings account. So to see what's over here to potentially level out, if anything. Oh yeah, as I've said, but part of me really wishes I could just have sufficient investments to be able to live off of, but I'm not nowhere near that point yet. So yeah, whatever terraforming we don't get done in this episode, I'll try to finish some of it up off cam. What I think we'll do, we'll finish up this little thingamabob right here. So as that we have an idea of stuff we still have to do in that regard. And then, of course, like I said, I'll try to build up some money. But yeah. As is my habitual wish ever since I started investing, I wish I had enough money to not have to worry about working. But do I? No. So I said, most of a decent chunk of the stuff I've run into working IRL, the jerk bank, the grocery store, Home Depot. It's like, why do I have to deal with most of these jerky McJerk-arse people? Don't get me wrong, they're nice people that I've interacted with, but still, it is a huge pain in my roots. Have to deal with some of these jerk-arse people. Honestly, it's a real pain in the butt. The tree butt. Yes, we trees have butts. It's nice seeing this river valley get filled in with all the dirt. Looking, I last looked at my investments. I'm looking to make for Q1 2026. I'm looking to make a nice, pretty penny. Like I said, it's not enough yet to be able to afford the ability to live off those investments. But yes, the inevitable BUTT, starting to get there. I know that in some ways, there are those that use the game the system, of course. Those who have a lot of money are able to, of course, far more easily hold sway and all that. And said I don't want to be one of these multi-millionaire or centimillionaires or even billionaires, with a whole bunch of money in the stock market. All I would want is the equivalent of, several $1,000,000, enough money invested to be able to live off a sufficient amount of dividends. That is my only goal. That is my only goal. All right. All right. That will suffice for our terraforming for the moment. All right. Let's see here. As I said, I am no financial expert. Let's see here. Let's quickly take out our loans so that we can invest in our industry, generic industry. Make some money. Oh, look at that. We've lost money. Oh, that's always the thing with the stock market, is that you are I was like that description for that, for the very legit company. But yeah, it's, it's with any investment, you're bound to potentially lose. Oh, hello. Potentially bound to lose value. And it's as I've said, you can't always predict the market. Yep. See, we're losing money, but if we can buy several little more things, come on, go up, 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 higher, higher, go higher. There we go. Yeah, it's I wish they had a dividend mechanic in the financials thing here. Of course. What the heck was that? Is that the? Oh, jeez. Just a sec, guys. Just a sec. Router that sits on the corner of my desk. Go get your coffee, Danas. For whatever reason, my mouse cable seems to have bunched off the. Seems to have bunched off the. Oh, seems to have bunched off the. My my router for that goes to both my laptop and my desktop, so don't like it when that sort of thing happens, of course. So come on, we need to go lower. There we go. But yeah, it's I hate it when stuff there sorts of things, Excuse me, but it felt good. There we go. Yeah, it's like I said, I just wish I had the money to be able to afford, stuff, and like that would be nice if if in this game that, as I said, we could have a there we go. That's a nice big amount. If we could have a look at that. Half the dividends. There we go. Dividends. Oh, I just missed a good purchase opportunity. Yeah, it's as I've said. When it comes to my IRL dividends, stock, I just, it's like I just hold. I just hold. I've had some of my stock gain a nice oh, hello. Gain a nice large amount. I have had others that, some of the stuff you see, I've had, the equivalent to give you say, let's just say 12.59, and let's just say I had 100 shares and it went up to 13.39, that's a lot of money, you know. I wish I could have, that amount of money to, do like day trading and all that. But then again, day trading's a lot riskier than just, buying and holding stock. It's the stock market. Oh, hello. The stock market is a very complex thing, and I have found that in this game, using the stock market to my financial advantage. Look at that. Look at that. Getting the money. Yes. Getting the money. All the money. All the money. Oh my God. I wish I'd hold on to that. Like I said, one cannot predict the stock market, whether it be IRL or virtual. I'm just here. Like I said, here is where I do the buy and sell, buy low, sell high, just to make sure I can make money. And, see, look at that, 180K. But yeah, I've had some of my IRL stock, literally, I've bought it at a higher price, and then things have gone down, and it's like, and I'm like, ugh. But at the same time, I've bought when it's been down, and it goes up, and I'm like, woo! But again, I am not ultimately concerned about the ultimate price. It is insert company sufficiently well off enough to provide me a dividend. And that's why I want to transition over to ETFs eventually. I have thought on several potential occasions of selling most of what I've got and literally transitioning over to ETFs. It's the diversification without having to worry about constantly picking stocks and all that. See, I just lost 28K, but now I'm up 65K, 4K, down 9K, up 19, 72, 25. Sell it. All right, so let's let us revive an old tradition here. We'll go ahead and save this as a new thing. And then let us take a look at our city stats. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here, guys. So we've had for our population, we had a max out of about 107,000. We've dropped off, and we're coming back up because, of course, we had the water issue. This is, of course, our budget. City Treasury has been, of course, all over the friggin' map. We also had a time where almost 9 mil, up 7 mil, and of course we're recovering from that. City budget has been slowly increasing. We're currently about 250K. City value has, of course, been fluctuating all over the place. This time we're 17 million city cash, and we're coming back. We've obviously dropped, come back up, dropped again. We're coming up almost 15 mil. Taxation has had a big drop. Overall, it's of course the overall arc is up. Population change, we've already done that. We've had population big flux, all that. Birth rate is on the overall arc is, excuse me, up. Death rate is similar. We've had a big spike there, but it's come back down. It's coming back up. Don't like that, of course. Unemployment, we are maintaining wunderbar. We are maintaining the 90th percentile, which is where I like to have in terms of total employment. Available jobs, we are holding mid 50K. Education is holding around 2. Students are holding steady. Tourists temporarily down, but coming up 800s. Tourist income tax maintaining 14 plus on the whole. 1.4K overall. Maintaining 80th percentile. I want to get my happiness up. Residential flat. Commercial is up. Industrial flat. Office flat. Prisoners coming down. It's on the recent spike, but overall down. Cyclists down. Don't want that. No casualties or disasters. We've had some destroyed buildings. Of course, that's the little flooded thingment. Imports are overall coming down, it looks like. And exports are overall on the thing. So, alright, let me see here, guys. Not sure who, if anyone, is alive. So, might have somebody we can go say hi to. Let me see who, if anyone, is available. Yeah, unfortunately, most of my peeps are online and offline, I should say. So I think we're gonna go ahead and end stream, guys. I do need to eventually get myself to the point to where I can get myself to sleep, because of course stuff and all that. But I do appreciate everybody who has come out. For those of you watching here on Twitch at twitch.tv/OsageOrange, please remember to go ahead and hit that follow button. If you're watching over on the YouTubes at youtube.com/OsageOrangeGaming, please remember to leave a like, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell icon for notifications. It really does help. May you guys have fair weather, bountiful water, and secure soil. I will see y'all later.